Order, please. According to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer the questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. Now, before I start the round of questioning with the member from Timberley Prospect, we had a couple points of order the other day, and there were a couple of them. There was one brought forward by the member of Halifax Citadel Sable Island, had to do with a number of issues during an exchange with the minister. I took it under advisement. After reviewing the recording, my responses and discussion at the time, and after consulting with the clerks, I've determined that all the valid issues raised have been dealt with, and I'll be offering no further ruling on that. So we're all passionate people here. It's good to have a healthy level of tension, but if we can't get to the place where there's disorder and we're yelling across the table at each other. So I'd like to remind everyone that in this committee room, we're a little more informal than in the chamber. So I think if we're on our best behavior, we can do that. So we'll use our time to ask the minister questions, and the minister can respond. And if the polite dialogue is not maintained, well, then maybe we will have to become a little more formal again. But we're Tuesday. We got a ways to go. So let's keep going. All right? So with that, with 40 minutes on the clock, I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate the minister's time, and I do have respect for the minister and the work that he's doing, and the staff that work at one of the most important departments. The minister knows my passion around a lot of these issues, and I think it's really important that we get some clarity on some of the important issues. So I did reference that I was going to talk about protected areas because this has been an effort through successive governments, successive parties that were in government to protect the most important biodiversity in the province. So going back to, back to the NDP times, there was the 2013 Park and Protected Areas Plan that mapped out new wilderness areas, nature reserves, and there's about 40 or 50 sites left from that 2013 plan, awaiting legal designation for over a decade. So going back to the 2021 election platform, there was a commitment from the minister's government to protect those sites within the first year of their first term through a simple order in council. So that's cabinet approval. Now, I don't underestimate the time and effort that it has to go into surveying and all that stuff, but that didn't happen. So I want to ask the minister, since these areas are high-quality biodiversity sites, I went through the consultation process and tried to avoid areas of high economic value or in forestry and mining. And these sites would compromise about 48,000 hectares, which results in 0.87% of the landscape, which is actually around the same amount that the minister added when he said in the question period that we would be at 14.55%. The question is, are these areas included in the new number that the minister gave in question period to get to 14.55? And if they are not, why are these areas not proclaimed through an order in council, given that they've been waiting now 13 years in this pending status? Can you give specific areas why that commitment hasn't been made?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for imparting your wisdom to us. And certainly thank you, member, for the question. I know this is definitely an area of great passion and interest for you, and thank you for your advocacy and your work over the years while in government on these items. And Mr. Chair, you know, when we talk about land and water conservation, I mean, these are major transactions, and you know, certainly when I was a rookie minister, I was like, wow, it really takes quite a bit of time to get a lot of these things across the finish line. Obviously, with our targets, we want to move as quickly as we can, and certainly, you know, we have since 2021. You know, we've made significant progress. We've made progress that I would describe as steady as it goes, right? Especially now, as I've mentioned on a few occasions, Mr. Chair, just the fact we're in a different era right now with resource development. So obviously having to square land and water conservation in that new context, that is just the reality that every single jurisdiction in Canada is facing. But we continue to do as much as we can. We have the interim target of 15% by the end of 2026 that we're working diligently to achieve. Mr. Chair, as I indicated yesterday, we utilize many tools to achieve land and water conservation. And of course, one of them, as the member knows, is other effective conservation measures, which we outlined and discussed yesterday. However, you know, in the spirit of reflection, you know, as I've indicated, we've absolutely provided and succeeded in expanding and creating new nature reserves. You know, the Ashfield Nature Reserve, Barney's River Nature Reserve, Big Meadow Brook Nature Reserve, Cap Laron Nature Reserve, Cherry Hill Beach Nature Reserve, East River St. Mary's Nature Reserve, Glendeer Nature Reserve, Gronay, for you unilingual Anglophones, Big Nose Nature Reserve, Harper's Lake Nature Reserve, Les Cap Nature Reserve, Long Lake Bog Nature Reserve, significant, and the list goes on and on and on. And I won't read the entire list, but we certainly, you know, we can certainly table what we've achieved in land and water conservation over the last now going on 5 years. And then, of course, specifically with the question related to, you know, attaining that 14.55%, certainly, you know, what we announced at the end of last year through natural resources and the provincial parks, along with, on our end, with nature reserves and wilderness areas. And then, of course, utilizing over at natural resources the other effective conservation measures. And as you know, it's best for them to speak the specifics on the Crown land and so forth. That's very much their scope. But again, working together with our sibling department, Natural Resources, we're working diligently. Certainly the PAPA plan, the Protected Areas and Parks plan is still a part of our overall strategy and utilizing what's on that list. But as I've highlighted here at committee, I've highlighted in the House and to the media, Mr. Chair, that the context is different. And, you know, that's just reality. And there's only one way to deal with reality, Mr. Chair, and that's head on. We are now in a time where Nova Scotia has set the priority of responsible resource development. So what land and water conservation looked like in 2021, or for that matter in 2023, when we announced the Collaborative Protected Areas Strategy, that it's going to look different as we move forward. We remain committed to the goals. We remain committed to land and water conservation, but we've got to balance that with the need to develop our resources responsibly and safely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and respectfully, I don't think the context has changed all that much, because economic development should always be important, and we should always be trying to, you know, develop our natural resources despite what's happening outside of our province, and we should also be looking at how we, you know, value our protected areas to actually help tourism and see the value. The minister knows there was economic analysis done in his department before on that value, but I just reject that there really is, or there should be, a strain on the balance, that we should find a way to bring them together and value both sides of that growth strategy. But there are still 40 or 50 sites that went through that whole lens of economic development and not impeding on resource extraction, I guess we'll say, if that's the entire focus on economic development for this government. And they're not giving priority for protection, and they're sitting in a category despite the government's claim that they would be protected within a year. And I know the work is hard to protect them because I was in that position, and I know you need support from Cabinet to get them through. But I did catch the words around the context is different, especially in 2023. So I wonder if the minister is no longer seeing the same level of commitment to that plan in 2023, which I have in front of me, because it's quite clear what has to happen next after those sites are actually proclaimed. These are pending sites, and I don't have to remind the minister, he used to like to refer to Owl's Head. Those were the kind of sites that were like an Owl's Head where, you know, I was criticized for not protecting it, yet this government is deciding not to protect 40 or 50 sites in that same category. But in the action plan, Solution 1, which would be the highest priority, is to protect more Crown lands. So that's what a lot of community groups are interested in, trying to figure out where's the highest value Crown land available for protection. And you're going to need to do that to find a way to that 30% goal that is legislated for 2030, unless, you know, there's an intent to amend that law. So I guess the question really is, has the department identified areas for Crown land for protection, or really is that put on hold because of this new context? Are we evaluating what stage is that in terms of engagement with community to address, which is in his own 2023 strategy, Solution 1, we will identify, protect, and manage provincially administered lands, inland, by identifying, and he knows the goals, 15% 2026, 20% 2030, and Solution 1 talks about evaluating Crown lands. I know the minister knows that, so where are we at with adhering to Solution 1?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. So just two things to clarify. You mentioned 30% by 2030. I think that's the federal goal. In Nova Scotia, as you know, we have the long-term goal of 20% by 2030, and then, of course, the interim goal, as indicated in the Collaborative Protected Areas Strategy, 15% by the end of 2026. The context has changed. It's changed significantly. You know, the Trump administration and the tariffs, I think we'd all recognize, have had a profound impact on the Canadian economy, a very negative impact on the Canadian economy. And what that has done it's resulted in us for the first time in decades, taking economic development very, very seriously. And to speak frankly, I mean, we're living in an era, the post-Trudeau era, where shovels have not been put into the ground. And Canada is paying the price for that for the last number of years. Yesterday, Mr. Chair, I indicated at the last federal provincial meeting of environment ministers. Remember, our core mandate is we're regulators of large industry. There was a really renewed sense, like as regulators, we got to get our act together. We have to be able to ensure that there are pathways for companies to invest and to put in applications for resource development to help them get to a yes or a no as quickly and as effectively as possible, and making sure that the terms and conditions that we attach to their approvals allow them to operate sustainably and responsibly. So the context, it has changed. I don't think anyone can really deny that. We've seen the fundamental impacts of the Trump administration on the Canadian economy. We didn't have that in 2021. We didn't have that in 2023 when we designed the Collaborative Protected Areas strategy. So when I talk about the context, that's what I'm referring to. And we got to be, let's remember, like policy, we should never allow policy to be written in stone, right? It should be very dynamic, and it needs to adapt and pivot and be pragmatic as circumstances arise. And so absolutely, we remain committed. And why do we remain committed? Because, Mr. Chair, we know how important this is to Nova Scotians. I know the member has attended when he was in government, land and water conservation announcements. These are powerful moments because these are people, when they come together, they're celebrating years and years of advocacy and work. I think attending the Sackville Rivers announcement a few years ago. The MLA for Guysborough, the Minister of Agriculture, when he announced Archibald Lake, a very, very powerful moment for communities when these things are announced. Yes, they take time. Yes, there's obstacles and challenges, but when you finally get it across the finish line, it's very, very very significant for communities, and I think we all recognize that. And look, as I've indicated also, Mr. Chair, there's many tools, right? Crown land is one of the mechanisms we utilize for land and water conservation. There's also private land trusts, and we highly value the work of our private land trust. That's why our government in 2022 invested $20 million in the Nova Scotia Crown Share Legacy Trust. That's why we've utilized the Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement to help us conserve more land and water. So there's many tools utilized here. And then again, the designations we made in November, December of last year, the new nature reserve, an expanded nature reserve, 3 expanded wilderness areas. So it's definitely a steady as it goes approach in the time of economic resource development, and we continue to work with organizations. I acknowledge it's not going as fast as they want. I acknowledge OECMs, I know, are controversial for some, but acknowledged by the provinces as a legitimate mechanism, a legitimate tool to achieve land and water conservation. So we'll continue to utilize many tools, many approaches for this. And Mr. Chair, I do remain confident that we can get to that 15% target by the end of this year. As Minister, I know, just having seen firsthand, how passionate people are about land and water conservation, that we'll continue to work together to get to where we need to be. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to get to OECMs in a few minutes, but I I want to try to get a little bit more clarity since the context, the way the minister sees things has changed. If there is a shift in direction away from that strategy, I think is an important thing people want to know. You know, this is, I would agree from a political perspective when we're announcing things that things have changed, but the climate is always important. And as steady as it goes might meet the political moment, but not our long-term interests in terms of protecting the environment and making a truly sustainable economy. And I know the minister talks about balance, but there are certain things that makes Nova Scotia different, and people do value this stuff, and there is an economic benefit. So I am concerned about the relationship this government has with Mi'kmaq for a number of different reasons from what I hear directly from chiefs. And I want to ask her about Indigenous protected and conserved areas because there's specific money that has been given to the province to look at developing these IPCAs, and there's $3.5 million specifically for that from the Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement. So that's solution 3 in this strategy, and I think people want to know if this strategy is still in effect or if it's no longer part of the mandate of the government. I mean, there's no mandate letters anymore. That's a shift for this government. So that's why these questions are important. So there was money the province had to spend specifically on IPCAs. So are any of these new IPCAs included in the new higher figure that the minister gave to the House? And if they're not, why not?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. Most certainly, relationships with our Mi'kmaq partners is very important to me personally for a number of reasons. I can tell you as the regulator, we always respect and honor our duty to consult, and we take advice on that from LNU Affairs, as the member knows. For me personally, as a minister, one of the most powerful, I guess, moments I've had in this role was visiting Glooskap, a very sacred place to the Mi'kmaq, as the member knows. For the Mi'kmaq in their creation story, this is the center of the universe. Very powerful. When my deputy minister and I had the chance to hike with Mi'kmaq elders and leaders, very powerful. So very pleased to see that $3.5 million of that nature agreement went directly to the Mi'kmaq. They administer that fund, and when the actuals are reported to Ottawa at the end of March, they'll do those actuals on that end for the 3.5 million. And then certainly you think of, for example, Mr. Chair, like an organization like the Unama'ki Institute of Natural Resources, which I know the member is familiar with. You know, it's an example of an incredible organization with our Mi'kmaq partners. So we've had really good engagements with our Mi'kmaq partners. Certainly when it comes to Indigenous protected conservation areas, that is part of the strategy. And certainly I can tell you sort of from a national perspective, you know, there's lots of discussion about Indigenous protected conservation areas. Certainly when I had the opportunity with the Minister of Elnu Affairs at the time to sign a co-management agreement for a wilderness area, the Glooscap Wilderness Area. Very, very powerful moment for me personally, and just you know, just the opportunity to learn from our Mi'kmaq partners on the importance of land and water conservation. So obviously very pleased that in the nature agreement, you know, significant money of the monies there went to our Mi'kmaq partners. We'll continue to engage. We'll continue to consult. That is our duty as ministers to do that, especially a regulatory department like Environment, especially a department like Environment, where we're the lead on land and water conservation.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments. I just didn't hear whether or not that's part of the increase in protected areas, but an even larger amount goes to private conservation purchases from the government, so that's 20 million. And these private land purchases are paid for by the federal money that the Nova Scotia government is able to work with groups like Nature Trust, Nature Conservancy, etc. So that's substantial funds that I think should be, you know, we should be transparent on where that's going. So especially relative to a budget estimates question, I think that the government should be able to find a way to show where those land purchases are. So can the minister provide a map and list which lands were purchased with the $20 million for protection, and what the plan is for the government to designate these areas for parks and protected areas?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't have that list with us today, but we certainly, know the lands. Lots of lands have been acquired utilizing those funds, and certainly the nature agreement's been very helpful in that capacity. And once at the end of March, as I've indicated, Mr. Chair, the agreement comes to an end, and the province of Nova Scotia, through Environment, will file the actuals. And once that's complete, we'll have more to say on the actuals of that agreement. But it's been a helpful agreement. One tool utilized in helping us preserve more land and water for Nova Scotia. Certainly, I think sometimes the perception some have is that land and water conservation is all government. It's not. As the member knows, our private land trusts are absolutely key as we move the needle on this to protect more land and water. And again, that's why we committed $20 million to the Nova Scotia Crown Share Legacy a few years ago, which is still very helpful in assisting private land trusts conserve more land and water. And private land trusts like the Nova Scotia Nature Trust, probably one of the more famous ones here in Nova Scotia. They do incredible work protecting land and water. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the positive sentiments around the good work they're doing. These are the groups that are concerned about some other legislative changes before the House around conservation easement, but that's for another day. So without knowing where the land is that is part of these private groups and the new Indigenous protected areas, it sounds like the new land in the 14.55 are under the OECMs, and in that plan that the minister said was developed under a different context, that was only supposed to be the smallest category, 1.2% in the Collaborative Protected Areas Strategy. So OECMs actually can be very valuable, and I think that it's important that there's stringent requirements around them for them to be credible in the national standard perspective. So they shouldn't just be slopes and buffer zones and things like that, which I saw reported, but they should actually have a legitimate tool that actually looks at the way that they are screened. And, I know some things about this. I'm not an expert. I know your staff would be, but an example is like the Fortress of Louisbourg National Historic Site, which I'm thinking is probably in the counting of this. So 98% of that site would qualify around that actual fortress. So I just want to ask the question, like, where can we see where those lands are? You gave the number, the minister gave the numbers. So, and it's not DNR staff, it's the environment staff that work with the OECM screening tool, is my understanding, to determine lands that would be properly qualified as an OECM, which makes sense to me. So the lands that the government is considering as OECM, just want confirmation that there is a screening tool used at the Department of Environment to make sure that they are meeting the stringent biodiversity requirements to be an OECM and not just land that doesn't have that high biodiversity value.
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, most certainly OECMs meet a rigorous standard, specifically through the national screening tool. It has to meet those standards on biodiversity and so forth. And those numbers are both inputted by ECC and DNR. Minister Masland, so the Minister of National Resources, specifically in the department, will have the exact numbers. Pleased to hear the member acknowledge that, there's legitimacy to OECMs. We have acknowledged here at this committee, yes, there is some controversy and debate about them. And certainly my 5 years in this role, I've certainly heard different perspectives on OECMs, but they're one tool that can be utilized. I'm very proud of the work that we've achieved over the last number of years. The fact is, Mr. Chair, that the vast majority of the 14.55% we've achieved, the vast majority are wilderness areas and nature reserves. And nature reserves are places that are protected for their unique ecology and biodiversity. In our wilderness areas, I think it's 87 wilderness areas in Nova Scotia. These are loved and cherished in places of tranquility for many people. So, again, very proud of the work, very proud of the communities who advocate for these things. Again, I think of, probably one of the more high-level, prominent piece of protection that our government achieved a couple of years ago with Archibald Lake, right? And we were very pleased that we got that across the finish line. So in the full context, OECMs are one tool that we use. They're not a huge contributor to the targets, but it is one tool we'll use out of many to achieve the targets, again, in the context of resource development. Probably one of the heavyweights, as the member knows, in Canada, a province that is definitely a heavyweight on land and water conservation is British Columbia. Obviously geographically, such a much larger province than Nova Scotia from a geographic perspective. They're often seen as the gold standard, Mr. Chair, on land and water conservation. And BC utilizes, I think it's 4.1%. OECMs as part of their protected land. And it was interesting too, at a biodiversity conference that I attended a few years ago with the deputy, there was a lot of discussion with BC. Minister Nathan Cullen at the time, he and I met for a cup of coffee and a chat with the then federal environment minister to have a good discussion on OECMs. And certainly that previous minister, because of his background, and you know who I'm talking about, he knew that there was going to be some controversy and debate over OECMs. But they're a legitimate conservation tool. It's used nationally. It's used globally. As I've previously indicated, Mr. Chair, my interest in this very much came about from attending the Conference of the Parties on Biodiversity in Montreal. I know the members had an opportunity when he was in government to attend a COP, and just incredible work happening globally. So OECMs, they meet the national criteria. They go into the national screening tool. Protected areas like wilderness areas, nature reserves, and OECMs must have clearly defined boundaries. They have effective means to control all activities that are likely to impact biodiversity. And, Mr. Chair, they provide year-round biodiversity protection. And the member cited, the Fortress of Louisbourg. That's a sort of a classic example of an OECM, primarily a National Historic Site that protects, as we all know, historical and cultural assets. The site also, of course, has significant natural areas, Mr. Chair, which are protected in perpetuity as an other effective conservation measure. So in closing this, we'll continue to look, Mr. Chair, for every opportunity to protect more land, and to achieve our targets. That stands. The context is different. I've said that time and time again. I think we have to recognize circumstances change, the geopolitical situation changes, but we remain committed to our values. And certainly our value of land and water conservation is very important to Nova Scotia, in particular in our rural areas. And certainly, I think we'd all recall, like when out of necessity during COVID, when these areas needed to be closed, that was really challenging. I mean, it was necessary, but it was really challenging for a lot of folks because our wilderness areas, our provincial parks, nature reserves, these are places, as the member knows, that are very important to Nova Scotians. So again, OECMs are one tool we utilize out of many that will help us get to our 15% target by the end of 2026. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the member for Kimberley Prospect with 1 minute remaining.
Okay, I'll just ask, it looks like all of the grants are eliminated out of sustainability and applied sciences in this year's budget, so just wondering where that's coming from. Yeah, only have a minute, so I'll stop there.
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. The changes at SAS, Sustainability and Applied Science, they don't have any impact on the delivery of our core mandate. As you know, ECC does not have a grant program. And of course, it's business as usual for our core business. What you see in the budget, that is the department's contribution to the overall reduction in operational costs for the government. Thank you.
That's the end of that round of questioning. I now recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Do you need more time? If the minister is ready to give his final remarks, that's okay with us.
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to colleagues for engaging in what was a passionate session of estimates, but all know each of us as elected officials in our own way care extremely deeply about our communities that we have the privilege of representing, and of course our beautiful province of Nova Scotia. Before I read my estimate, I want to take a moment and thank my colleague Laura McEachran, my Deputy Minister at Environment and Climate Change, and my Deputy Minister at Service Efficiency, Jennifer Church. For those that have served as a minister, you know how important that relationship is between a minister and a deputy. So a big thank you to my deputy ministers. Along with, Mr. Chair, the incredible staff, the incredible professionals, the talented group at Environment and Climate Change, along with our staff throughout our regional offices who show up each and every day and work very hard on behalf of Nova Scotians to protect the environment and to protect human health. I tip my hat to you. I am so in awe of you. Even just this morning, I was briefed on an issue, and my team is always so professional, always so prepared, and that is a testament to the commitment they have, Mr. Chair, to serving Nova Scotians. To my team at Service Efficiency, it has been such an honor, an absolute honor, to work with you. I have learned so much from my colleagues at Service Efficiency. The work that they are doing is having a significant impact on raising the status, on raising so much for Nova Scotia. Just for example, just seeing, Mr. Chair, just how impactful the business navigators are, and just seeing firsthand the impact they have with businesses and not-for-profits and in community. So I'm so proud of my team at Service Efficiency. They are a small but mighty group of public servants who very much show up, work hard every day, and as I said in my opening remarks, at Service Efficiency, we're just getting started. We have incredible work ahead of us to build up the economy of Nova Scotia responsibly and safely. That being said, Mr. Chair, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $59,877,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Environment and Climate Change pursuant to the estimate. And, Mr. Chair, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $3,338,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Office of Service Efficiency pursuant to the estimate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall the resolutions stand?
Yes.
The resolutions are stood. We will now take a recess as we prepare for the next department. Thank you. Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 7:11 p.m. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Emergency Management and Natural Resources as outlined in Resolution E6 and E17. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $60,190,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Emergency Management pursuant to the estimate. And resolved that a sum not exceeding $131,455,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Natural Resources pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of DEM and DNR to make opening comments up to an hour, and if they wish, to introduce their staff to the committee. I recognize the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, everyone. I'm very happy to be here tonight to have the opportunity to introduce the estimates for the Department of Emergency Management, one of the two departments in my portfolio, and to give an overview of our priorities. Joining me tonight is my Deputy Minister, Sandra McKenzie. She is my Deputy also with Department of Natural Resources. And of course, we have our Executive Director of Finance, Michael O'Brien, here with us tonight, and amazing staff of DNR and Emergency Management here behind me who support me every day in both of these departments. I certainly could not do what I do without them. They are certainly they're more than just my colleagues. I absolutely treasure these people, and they work so hard for our province. So, Mr. Chair, the Department of Emergency Management was established in September of 2024 to be the department responsible for coordinating disaster and emergency planning, preparedness, responses, and recovery activities. We help make sure that Nova Scotians are safe and prepared during emergencies and disasters. We also provide timely emergency alerts and information to people so that they have the information they need when they need it. Mr. Chair, in the short year that we've been a department, we have accomplished so much, and I'm so incredibly proud of everything that we have accomplished. We've become a trailblazer in Canada as the first ever standalone provincial department dedicated to emergency management. Since then, other provinces have followed our lead, looking to us for how we are modernizing how emergency management is organized and executed. Mr. Chair, we've become the envy of Canada for our beloved Nova Scotia Guard. Nova Scotians have a long and proud history of caring for one another. When storms, fires, floods, or hardships strike, Nova Scotians step forward. Helping our neighbors isn't a second thought. It's woven into the fabric of who we are as a province. Mr. Chair, in recent years, emergencies have placed growing strain on families and our communities. There have been more and more frequent and intense weather-related hazards. Yet one thing remains constant. Nova Scotians are eager to help, showing up with the tools, the food, the time, and most importantly, the compassion. But the reality is, the time to organize volunteers is not during a crisis. And without structure, even the best intentions can become overwhelming or unsafe. Effective volunteer management requires planning. It requires training. It requires coordination. And it requires clear accountability. That's why we created the Nova Scotia Guard. It channels the generosity of spontaneous volunteers into a coordinated and prepared response. And it draws on the best resource this province has to offer, its people. By signing up in advance, volunteers are registered, trained, and ready to be called on during response and recovery. What that means is that when disaster strikes, we're not starting from scratch. We know who's available, what skills they bring, and where they're needed the most, ensuring help arrives safely, quickly, and effectively. Mr. Chair, in just over a year, we've grown the Nova Scotia Guard to over 2,600 people, and that number just keeps growing. We've had 2 successful deployments of the Guard. The first was to help support first responders in the search for Jack and Lily Sullivan in Pictou County. We were able to mobilize our volunteers in under 3 hours and fully staff all shifts during that time. I actually had the opportunity to be on site during the search of Jack and Lily, and what I witnessed with our Guard was just absolutely heartwarming. The second deployment was to support evacuees of the Long Lake wildfires, where we had 37 Guard members work 34 deployment days, translating into 728 volunteer hours. They helped with things like supporting comfort centers, food preparation, and setting up our incident command center, and so much more. I am so proud of our Guard members, Mr. Chair. And speaking of the Long Lake wildfires, that was our first true test as a department, and I could not be prouder of my staff. They pulled together to work with their colleagues in the Department of Natural Resources, local volunteer fire departments, and the municipality, the local emergency management office, and NGOs to protect that community the best that they could. What they did was nothing short of remarkable. It was also the first time that structure protection units were deployed on a large scale, and they were a key reason of why over 80 homes and critical infrastructure were protected from raging wildfire. Our department helped hundreds of evacuated households with financial supports, community connections, and temporary housing and recovery efforts. I am truly grateful to work with such dedicated people who risk their lives to save others. In addition to helping with the wildfires, Mr. Chair, last year we also distributed over $4 million to fire, to ground search and rescue, and to hazmat groups through our 2 streams of our Emergency Services Providers Fund, both the regional and the individual streams. That's quadrupled the amount given in previous years to go towards things like training and safety equipment, fire smart training, sprinkler protection units, personal protective equipment, regional water rescue equipment, regionalized training, and a regional fire training center in Antigonish, reestablishing a regional hazmat team in Kings, and so much more. And I can tell you, with every one of these grants, I have received messages from fire departments, from ground search and rescue, thanking us for what we're doing for them. In addition, over $700,000 in regional emergency management organizations' capacity grants went out. And we completed hundreds of applications to close over 3,600 disaster financial assistance claims to residents, small businesses, and not-for-profits. 3,600 applications, Mr. Chair. That is money out the door to directly help with preparation, response, and recovery. Our department is also responsible for emergency management training and exercising for staff, municipalities, First Nations organizations, and more. And just over a year, we held training exercises for 18 municipalities and First Nations organizations and over 700 personnel, including our first ever emergency management exercise with deputy ministers and associate deputy ministers across government. Mr. Chair, a large part of what we do day in and day out is laying the foundation for strengthening regional resilience province-wide. We do this through our Regional Emergency Operations Centers managers and staff located across the province to lead strong, coordinated emergency response. These managers and their regional outreach officers work hand in hand with municipalities, critical service partners, community groups, and the Nova Scotia Guard to ensure everyone is prepared and ready to respond to an emergency in their area. And they do that because everyone has a role to play in emergency preparedness and response. Mr. Chair, in our first year, we also launched the Nova Scotia Alert app that fills in the gaps of the National Alert Ready Emergency Alerting System by reaching people on 3G or Wi-Fi networks. While the National Alert Ready system is great, it only reaches people on 5G or LTE networks, and we know that most people in rural areas do not have that. So what that means is that they are missing out on critical alerts in their areas when they happen. That's why we launched the Nova Scotia Alert app. It reaches everyone in Nova Scotia who have downloaded the free app, ensuring that more people in the province will receive potentially life-saving emergency alerts, especially in rural areas. Mr. Chair, Nova Scotia has also been asked to co-chair the National Public Alerting Task Team, which will bring many enhancements to the current alerting system. We also launched a new emergency information website where people can find active emergency alerts and the latest information on major emergencies, as well as educational materials on how to prepare for weather-related hazards. We're also continuing our work to modernize the 911 system and are on track to move to the next generation 911 in time to meet the new CRTC regulations. Mr. Chair, reliable communication is critical, especially during emergencies, when cell service can become overloaded or fail in certain areas. That's why we created the Public Safety Field Communications Special Operating Agency to create a center of excellence for communications technology in Atlantic Canada. And this last year, our Public Safety Field Communications staff supported 25 field emergencies, and they were deployed over 115 days supporting various emergencies, first responders, and so much more. The Public Safety Field Communications agencies will add 5 new sites to our trunked mobile radio network in 2026, increasing radio coverage where first responders need it most. We will continue to work closely with Build Nova Scotia and providers like Eastlink, Bell, and Rogers to increase cellular coverage through the Cellular for Nova Scotia program. This will ensure that when an emergency strikes, cellular networks can support the response. I do want to give a quick shout out to all of those who work with our public safety field communications. They're a special group of people, and they do so much to help in emergency response. And they just do incredible work in Nova Scotia. And the last year, Mr. Chair, we took on possibly one of our biggest endeavors yet, fire service modernization. Over the last year, we've taken a hard, honest look at the state of fire services across our province. We asked members of the fire service what's working, what isn't, and what needs to change. And they told us, loud and clear. They told us about governance and safety concerns, about the need, for safer and more consistent training, about aging infrastructure and equipment, and about inconsistencies across regions, and about the increasing complexity of emergency response and the strain that it places on volunteers and career firefighters alike. Mr. Chair, their feedback did not land on a shelf. We heard them, we listened, and now we're moving forward. While the past year was about understanding the what, this year is about figuring out the how. We've been engaging extensively with fire chiefs, deputy chiefs, fire service coordinators, and municipalities to figure out the tough questions together. We're discussing how to introduce needed changes in a way that works on the ground. We know that change will not happen overnight, Mr. Chair. Modernizing fire services will happen over time to ensure that it is done right. Because meaningful change, especially change of this scale, requires planning and it requires collaboration. And while it may require us to dig in today, the goal is clear: a stronger fire service tomorrow. One that will better support our firefighters, strengthens fire stations, and improves service to the public. Does more work need to happen? Yes, of course. Do we need to continue engaging our fire services and municipalities to work out questions? Absolutely. Do we have all the answers now, Mr. Chair? Of course not. But we're not afraid to dig in and work it out. And that's exactly what we'll do. We've already begun planning ahead with strategic investments of much-needed firefighting training equipment. Last month, our department purchased 2 mobile units, bringing our total in the province up to 3. And we also purchased 4 propane-fueled training props, which will expand hands-on firefighting training capacity across our province. Mr. Chair, we exist to help keep Nova Scotians safe. We're doing that every day in our work to modernize 911, moving to a 24/7 provincial coordination center, improving fire dispatch services, boosting cellular service, strengthening critical infrastructure policies, building a vulnerable persons registry with municipalities, and working with our municipalities and regional emergency management organizations to ensure every corner of the province is ready and prepared to respond to emergencies. And Mr. Chair, I'll proudly state we've done all of that in 12 months. Mr. Chair, I am so proud of what we have accomplished, and I'm excited about what's to come. Budget 26-27 sets Nova Scotia up for success in emergency management. This year's budget for emergency management is $60.2 million. The estimates reflect government's need to look at sustainability while still focusing on strategic priorities. We'll use our budget to continue our work in building a culture of preparedness among all levels of government and the general public. Further build our Nova Scotia Guard. work toward a strengthened, safe, and standardized fire service, and help respond to emergencies along with our partners across the province. Mr. Chair, we're doing what we can to help Nova Scotians be safe. Budget 26-27 is keeping us on the path for success. And with that, I'll end my remarks, and I understand there is no questions for me. Thank you.
Seeing as there are no questions for the minister, I'll ask the minister to state the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I want to give a huge shout out to all the staff that work with Department of Emergency Management. Incredible people that show up to work every day, put their head down on the weekends. You know, it's not a 9 to 5, Monday to Friday job with these folks. When emergencies are there, they're out there in the field. Incredible, incredible Nova Scotians who step up every day to help their fellow neighbor and communities. And I am so proud to be the minister of this department. I think it's the best department in government, but we'll leave it at that. So. Therefore, it be resolved that a sum of not exceeding $60,190,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Emergency Management pursuant to the estimates.
Shall the resolution stand? The resolution is stood. Minister, you still have about 41 minutes. Would you like to make an opening remarks for Department of Natural Resources? I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, Chair and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to present the 2026-27 budget estimates for the Department of Natural Resources. Joining me tonight, as I mentioned, is my fearless deputy, Sandra McKenzie, and of course our Executive Director of Finance, Michael O'Brien. And we have behind us some amazing staff from the department that are here that support me every day in working at the department. I'm relatively new to the department and certainly couldn't do it without them. So I'm pleased to walk you through where we are today and the progress we've made and how this budget positions Nova Scotia for a more secure, resilient, and prosperous future. Mr. Chair, Nova Scotia's natural resources, our minerals, our forests, our land, and our people remain some of our greatest strategic assets. This budget continues our work to transform those assets into opportunity as we face shifting global supply chains, rising geopolitical tensions, and intensifying competition for resources. At the same time, the world is demanding responsibly sourced critical minerals, low-carbon forest products, and secure local supply in an era where reliability is scarce. Nova Scotia has all of these, and an opportunity only becomes prosperity when we act. This government is moving forward, boldly, responsibly, and decisively, because this is our moment to convert opportunity into generational wealth for Nova Scotians. While we seize these opportunities, Mr. Chair, we are working hard to strike the right balance for all the competing interests in using our Crown lands. And we're also fiercely protecting Nova Scotia communities from the increasing threat of wildfire. Last year was the driest wildfire season we've ever seen. It taxed our resources. It put a strain on our people all across the province. It was incredibly stressful for everyone who was evacuated. And it was devastating for the people that lost their homes. As difficult as it was, there are positive things that we can celebrate. It is a blessing that no one was seriously hurt. And I couldn't be prouder of every single person who played a role in that response. Nova Scotia's wildland firefighters are recognized across Canada for their skill and for their strategy. They work closely with countless organizations, including my other department. Through the strength of our national agreements, they brought in resources from across the country as needed. They fought hard. They saved homes, and they got us through the extra long season. Mr. Chair, we certainly hope that the snowfall that's sticking around this winter means it won't be so tinder dry during the upcoming wildfire season. But as always, we're getting prepared and constantly evaluating our resources needs. Our helicopters are a fantastic resource for fighting wildfires. They serve us very well. They can do precision water bombing that fixed-wing aircraft just can't do. That's why we're investing $12.8 million over 4 years, matched by the federal government, to upgrade equipment, including replacement of our helicopter fleet. 2 of them have arrived, and the others will be here by summer. They'll continue to serve us for wildfires, as well as search and rescue, transporting people and equipment during emergencies, and conducting aerial surveillance to support the work of several other departments. That said, Mr. Chair, we can see that climate change is shifting our operating environment. We're starting to call in fixed-wing aircraft more often. They do a job that helicopters can't. That's why Budget 2026 includes $6.5 million to contract 4 dedicated fixed-wing water bombers, plus a bird dog, from Forest Protection Limited in New Brunswick. The aircraft comes with pilots and will carry Nova Scotia branding. They'll be stationed in the province from May 1st to September 30th, covering the height of our wildfire season. When they're not required locally, we can deploy them to other provinces or territories under our existing mutual aid agreements. We're also investing $300,000 in using 3 new FTEs to create air attack officer positions. These officers sit in the plane with the pilot and coordinate the aircraft working a wildfire. They are key for safety. Because wildfire seasons are so unpredictable, we budget $1 million for response each year. In 2023, with the 2 large fires that year, we spent around $8 million. In 2024, we spent nearly $558,000, record low because it was a quiet season. Then last year, Mr. Chair, you will see the additional appropriation of $30 million for 25-26. That's due in large part to extremely dry conditions that made it so challenging to get Long Lake under control. We needed a lot of resources on that fire for a long time. While we all hope for a quieter season, Mr. Chair, these investments strengthen Nova Scotia's firefighting capacity and will help keep our people and our communities safe. I want to note that our forestry sector is integral to preventing wildfire and helping respond where necessary. Their leadership, their professionalism, and willingness to adapt made a real difference last year. First, companies shifted to nighttime operations when we needed to limit activity in the woods to avoid new fires starting. And they did it without complaint and proactively in many cases, because they know all too well the terrible costs when our forests burn. They also answered the call in droves to build dozer guards under incredibly difficult conditions. They worked side by side with our firefighters and emergency crews. Like our firefighters, they help protect lives, they help protect homes, communities, and forests last year. Mr. Chair, they're also helping with the cleanup. West 4 is leading a salvage operation around Long Lake. That area is almost entirely Crown lands. There's good merchantable wood in there, and we need to get it out before it deteriorates. By stepping in quickly, West 4 is making sure that timber is used productively. That wood is now being processed at Nova Scotia mills, turning loss into opportunity and doing it safely and sustainably. Those dead and dying trees could also be fuel for more wildfire if they were not cleaned up. So this operation also brings more safety to a community that's already faced such devastation. There's something very Nova Scotian about that. Even in the face of destructive wildfire, we have this good news emerge. This is exactly what a modern forestry sector looks like: adaptable, forward-thinking, and always making the best use of our resources, including low-grade wood fiber. In Budget 2026, we're continuing to strengthen the forestry sector with $8 million per year for 3 years for a low-grade forest products assistance program. Mr. Chair, this program will help forestry contractors and private woodlot owners move low-grade wood to the market, reduce wildfire risk, and stabilize fiber supply. Speaking of low-grade wood fiber, I want to note that we're looking forward to a new procurement for wood heat in public buildings. Public Works will be launching it soon as part of our commitment to using Nova Scotia wood for construction and heating in public buildings. By using more local wood products, we are creating jobs. We're growing our economy, and we're making our province more self-reliant and energy secure. We're also doubling our contribution to a program that helps private woodlot owners to build roads for forestry. To manage our forests and harvest timber, the industry needs roads to access these areas. The Gas Tax Access Road Program has been around since the 60s, longer than me, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. And it's as important today as it ever was. It helps with building and upgrading resource roads for silviculture and other woodlot management activities. As an aside, these roads are also important for getting into remote areas to fight wildfires. Forest Nova Scotia runs this program, and it's chronically oversubscribed. So we're tripling the amount available, increasing our annual contribution from $720,000 to $2.5 million. As helpful as these investments are, we know this industry has had its challenges in recent years. We believe it's time for a new forestry strategy that will help pinpoint the most promising opportunities, identifying obstacles to growth, and outline the conditions required to attract greater investment in this sector. We want to work in a coordinated way to drive increases in GDP, in jobs, in investment, into productivity, into exports, and rural economic development. We will identify funding within our existing envelope in 26-27 to support this important endeavor. All in all, these investments support sustainability, competitiveness, rural jobs, and wildfire mitigation. If forestry is part of the backbone of rural Nova Scotia, and it is, then mining is also part of that structure that supports communities. It puts food on the table from one end of this province to the other. In the past year, we've made major historic progress in strengthening Nova Scotia's mining industry, progress that is being noticed right across our nation. We expanded our list of critical minerals, adding 4 new ones to align Nova Scotia with global demand and the growing clean energy economy. We also created our first ever strategic minerals list, recognizing the importance of resources like gold, gypsum, aggregate, in building our economy and our infrastructure. We repealed the outdated uranium exploration ban, allowing modern, safe exploration. We launched NovaMine, a digital one-window permitting platform that is transforming how companies interact with government. And thanks to regulatory improvements, environmental assessments updates, and clear service standards, we have cut permitting times in half, a major boost to our competitiveness and our credibility. Industry is responding, Mr. Chair. According to the Fraser's Institute 2025 survey, Nova Scotia delivered Canada's biggest leap in mining policy performance. We skyrocketed in their global ranking and improved across every measure as industry confidence has surged. We moved up from near the bottom to 32 out of 68 jurisdictions on the list of most attractive jurisdictions for mining investment. And we're going to keep moving up on that list, Mr. Chair. The number of new exploration licenses have doubled, and the total land under license continues to grow. Companies are choosing Nova Scotia because the environment here is clear, it's predictable, and it's supportive, and major projects are being approved. The $2 billion Goldboro mine, one of the largest private sector investments in rural Nova Scotia in a generation, has received full approval. And the $5 billion 15-mile processing hub is advancing towards permitting and production. These measures send a clear message. Nova Scotia is open for business, and we're not stopping there. You will notice a $28 million additional appropriation in our 25-26 budget for digitizing geosciences data. This project is related to some federal work, and we'll be working with our federal partners to share more about that with you in the near future. For now, I will say that data is key for companies to make investment decisions. So we want to make it easier to access because we know that we will help attract investment, create jobs, support communities, and grow our natural resources sector responsibly. Budget 2026 also includes investments to build on all the progress we've made to date. We continue to invest $1.5 million annually through the Mineral Resources Development Fund. This funding helps the sector with exploration, research, and more. We're also making a new investment of $300,000 to develop a mining action plan. This action plan will help map out the strongest growth opportunities, identify barriers that need to be removed, and outline exactly what conditions will unlock even more investment. Because our goal is simple: more GDP, more jobs, more investment, more productivity, more exports, more rural economic development, and more support for healthcare, infrastructure, and education. We already know the mining industry supports at least 2,500 jobs in this province. And Mr. Chair, they're good-paying jobs. Workers in this sector earn more than $100,000 a year in wages and benefits on average. These are the kind of jobs that help families buy a home, support their kids, and withstand the rising cost of living. And we want to see more of these jobs. Our new mining action plan will help make that happen. It will ensure Nova Scotia continues to be a province where responsible resource development is welcomed, where companies want to invest, and where workers and communities share in the benefits. We are building a stronger, more competitive, more prosperous Nova Scotia, above ground and below it. We want to see jobs and economic growth in all areas across the province, Mr. Chair, and our provincial parks help with that. People love our parks. They attract more than 1 million visitors a year. We've seen growth year after year in the number of campers. That means more people spending money in the surrounding areas, supporting our rural economy. Through the capital plan, we're investing $28.6 million for upgrades in our parks over 5 years. Our aim is to deliver high-quality experiences, improved amenities, and opportunities to enjoy nature. This year's portion is $9.5 million in improvements, including accessibility upgrades, modern washrooms, and visitor amenities. We've also added 1,660 hectares to the provincial park system since 2021. That includes designating 19 new parks and expanding 2 others. These actions create recreation opportunities, support rural economies, and strengthen tourism. Mr. Chair, I want to take a moment to address the recent realignment we did in the department. We know that government needs to become more focused and more efficient. That means aligning programs and services so that they are in the right place to deliver the best outcomes for Nova Scotians. In our department, that means increasing our focus on developing our natural resources to create the jobs Nova Scotians need and to generate the revenues that we need to pay for schools, hospitals, roads, and so much more. So we brought together functions that naturally work together, and we're building capacity in key areas of the department like economic analysis. We reduced unnecessary layers, clarified decision-making, and strengthened our ability to act quickly and engage industry more effectively. As a result of the realignment, a small number of functions were no longer required. And that was not a decision that we took lightly. It was done to reflect a balance between environmental stewardship and economic growth. The key change is that we brought together several functions related to land use planning into one branch. We still have frontline wildlife experts who play an important role in helping determine where and how natural resources development is done. Our wildlife division staff moved from one branch into a new land strategy and planning branch. We did this to ensure stronger alignment with land use planning, stewardship integration, and to reduce duplication across branches. These wildlife staff will now be better able to participate in decision-making in contrast with doing their work in isolation. Thank you. I want to be clear that there have been no changes to the number of frontline wildlife technicians, biologists, or other staff in our department. These staff are stationed all across the province, and they play an important role in supporting healthy wildlife, managing wildlife issues, and natural resources development. We know there's more work to do. To rebuild healthcare, increase housing, and help Nova Scotians, the public service needed to grow. But that growth is not sustainable. Now we need to become more focused and efficient, and the public service will do its part. Mr. Chair, Budget 2026 is anchored in a clear theme: defending Nova Scotia. For the Department of Natural Resources, that means harnessing our natural resources to strengthen the economy, building resilience against climate-driven challenges and global uncertainty, and seizing every opportunity to become the economic powerhouse we know we can be. Our estimated budget, as it has been read, is more than $131 million. This budget positions Nova Scotia to seize global opportunities, strengthens the wildlife and climate resilience, supports sustainable forestry innovation, invests in our parks, and continues to advance a long-term strategy for critical minerals and rural prosperity. Mining and forestry create some of the best jobs in rural Nova Scotia. This budget helps ensure those opportunities grow. If a company wants to invest in Nova Scotia, if they are a good corporate citizen, if they have a strong environmental record, if they will create good-paying jobs, then we're ready to work with them. This is how we defend Nova Scotia. This is how we build prosperity. This is how we secure a brighter future for our children and our grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to questions.
According to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses take turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you very much. You mentioned something that I wanted to ask about, so I'll start there. So you mentioned the $28 million investment to digitizing geoscience assets. And I guess I was really surprised, though, to see this on the list of additional appropriations in February. So, additional appropriations are really to be used for things that are urgent within this year, distributed, spent in the year. So I guess my question is, was it really necessary to do $28 million as an additional appropriation, and has that money gone out the door?
I'll just remind the minister that you don't need to press the button. It's all good. I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned in my statement, that we would have more to follow on this announcement, and we're really excited about the opportunity coming forward.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I mean, I think that's part of the concern about additional appropriations is that, as provided for in the Finance Act, like it's an in-year pressure. So I look forward to this, but was this money, like why did this money have to come forward as an additional appropriation as opposed to in the budget process, which we launched in February as well?
I recognize the minister.
Okay. So as I previously mentioned, we're continuing to work with the federal government on this. The new budget is in effect April 1st. There'll be more to follow on this, and it really is an exciting opportunity for our province.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, and to your staff for being here. I look forward to asking some questions. I'm going to be a little all over the place because I have so many questions I want to go right off the top. So bear with me here. I first want to get to this year's budget cut, that we saw the equivalent of more than 1,000 full-time jobs spread across the government and the broader public sector. Natural resources is one of the hardest hit departments, with 52 job losses. Can the minister tell us what those individuals were doing before they lost their jobs?
I recognize the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 13 FTEs were reduced in 25-26 through natural attrition and retirement. 33 FTEs will be reduced in 26-27. We don't have those details yet, but we'll prioritize, again, natural attrition. 3 new FTEs for air attack officers that will support the fixed-wing water bombs, which I actually talked about in my opening statement. We also had 9 FTEs transferred to energy in fall of 2025, and fisheries and aquaculture in the winter of 2025. The restructuring was FTE neutral. The latest was the DNR's recent restructuring is not reflected in this budget documents, but the restructuring was FTE neutral. And that was part of our realignment, again, where I mentioned no scientists, biologists, forest technicians, or frontline wildlife staff were laid off, and no wildlife programs or services have been reduced, eliminated, or transferred outside of government. Only a small amount of management roles were affected.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Chair. The managers who you just spoke about, who were focused on actual forest health, managers of biodiversity, of ecosystems and habitats, and the head of the wildlife division have been basically fired. Does this reflect the department's moving to focus on new priorities, and what are those new priorities, if so?
I recognize the minister.
So there were 2 manager positions, and we're consolidating that into one position. That job will have similar education and experience requirements. An example would be a degree or experience in natural resources. And we're confident that wildlife and biodiversity advice will be well represented in that decision making.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Does a minister mean a degree and experience, or a degree or experience in natural resources?
I recognize the minister.
We would look for a degree and experience.
For managers' positions, we would look for degree and experience.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
I want to thank the minister for clearing that one up, because honestly, that would cause great concern for somebody to be within natural resources providing the kind of information that they're going to have to provide to not have a degree. And educational and background in biodiversity and ecosystems. The minister also mentioned a new forestry strategy. I got a few little questions. So I'll try to speak slow so that we make sure we get everything. Is this encompassing parts of the Leahy report? Are there timelines attached? And if so, can we get some timelines? What are the goals for this new strategy? And what, if any, consultation has taken place? Or is there a consultation strategy?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you. So we're looking at the statement of work to go out shortly. What I can say in my short time as being Minister of Natural Resources, I've worked very closely with the forestry sector and certainly will continue with that. The Leahy report will certainly be part of this. We need to look for more markets. We need to look for a place for low-grade wood to go. You know, our forestry sector has suffered in our last years, and we know how hard those forestry folks work. I mean, these are men and women that get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and, you know, grab their chainsaw and head out in the woods. It's tough work, and it's a tough way to make a living, but they love the forests. And they do whatever they can to make them healthy. So yes, statement of work will go out shortly. We will work very closely with the sector, making sure we're consulting them. And our goals is to look for more markets and low grade. I hope I've covered everything you're looking for.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Minister. The Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act requires the provincial government to conserve at least 20% of the total land and water mass of the province by 2030 as protected areas. To date, what percentage has been conserved? Is there a breakdown in composition? Let's see, I have to read this right, my writing here. As per collaborative protected area strategy.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So the number that we're at is 14.55 at the end of 2026. 70%. out of the, we have out of 15% by 2026. 70% land is private limited, so we're Crown land. We've added our old growth policy, our wetlands last fall, and we're balancing conservation and working areas in alignment with the Leahy Triad model. So 33% conservation, 55% mixed use, 10% high production, previously disturbed. So we began submitting directly to the national database. 44,600 hectares. 29,500 hectares is old growth, protected area. 8,600 hectares protected area with provincial parks. And 6,500 hectares restored wetlands on Crown lands.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I'm wondering if the minister can tell me that within the last year, how much money did the government budget for land acquisitions for the purpose of conservation, and how much of this budget was spent, as well as how much has the government set aside in the current budget for land acquisition for the purpose of conservation?
I recognize the honourable minister for Natural Resources.
So we budgeted 1.5 and we forecast to spend 1.5.
And we can say, correct, Minister, DNR.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I was wondering if the minister can tell me, so the Canada-Nova Scotia Nature Agreement was signed on October 10th, 2023. With this, the federal conservation goal across the country is 30% by 2030. I wonder if the minister can explain why did this government choose to set a lower target of 20%, and why has it barely moved? This government barely moved the needle when it comes to working to achieving the target.
I recognize the honourable minister for Natural Resources.
I think that's a question that you would need to ask Environment. They do the conservation. We do, our land acquisition is for forestry and Crown land management.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Minister. I'm just switching over here because I want to talk about some provincial park stuff. So, Minister, so over the past little while, we've had to deal with West Mabou Beach. And this government came close to allowing developers to turn West Mabou Provincial Park, Beach Park, into a golf course. And I'm wondering if the minister can provide an update. Are there any proposals before the government right now that involve the redeveloping of provincial parks or conserved areas?
I recognize the honourable minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you. No, there is no golf courses to be developed. But I do want to talk about the investments that we make, because I think this is important. government continues to invest in our provincial parks. We continue the multi-year renewal of our provincial parks restructuring infrastructure, $5.5 million in 2026-27, following $12.8 million invested in 25-26 across 40 parks. We upgraded our focused on visitor safety, accessibility, climate resilience, and modernizing aging infrastructure, including the roads and trails and bridges, washrooms and campsites in our parks. We looked at the ongoing operation of supervised swimming at 17 provincial park beaches, supporting safe visitor experiences. We continued management of approximately 33,000 hectares of provincial parks. Over 28,000 hectares contribute 0.5 towards Nova Scotia's 20% land and water protection. And we continue to modernize planning for the provincial camping reservation system ahead of the 2027 procurement process. We certainly know the public benefits that our Nova Scotia provincial park system delivers.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ecology Action Centre has requested that the Provincial Parks Act be amended to require public consultation when the future of Nova Scotia provincial parks are in question. As I said before, in the recent case of West Mabou. Did the minister review this request, and will steps be taken to make this amendment to the Provincial Parks Act?
I recognize the honourable minister for Natural Resources.
Through consultation with First Nations and community. In this incident, West Mabou, I read through the proposal and it was not accepted, so we didn't go forward with any consultation because it was not going anywhere.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Hi, Minister. I think the minister misheard my question. I'm talking about the Ecology Action Centre requesting that the Provincial Parks Act be amended to require public consultation when the future of Nova Scotia provincial parks are in question. And I'm wondering if the minister did review this request, and will there be amendments made to the Provincial Parks Act that reflect the request of the Ecology Action Centre?
I recognize the honourable minister for Natural Resources.
I guess I'm a little confused by the question. You're asking if basically we already do consultation with First Nations. We would do community consultation. So I'm not really sure what the member's asking me.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, and sorry, Minister, for the confusion, but I'm wondering if this will be legislated. So there's a difference between, doing it, but it being an actual requirement of law. And I'm wondering, and because many people have asked for it, when I was in Mabou in November, this was one of the biggest asks for the provincial parks to be amended to ensure that any provincial park that was looking at development would go under a public consultation process.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
So the First Nations consultation is legislated, and it is a practice for public consultation.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. I'm probably have to take that as a no then, that it is not being considered unless I've mistaken the minister here. I'm also, so the next part with all of this is we know that with the FMA, there's the Parks Act. If passed, the Parks Act, there's a part in the FMA with Parks Act that gives the minister power to issue permits, I believe it is. And the provincial part, so it's currently being updated that allows the minister to establish charge fees for entrance into provincial parks, park reserves of persons, vehicles, or vessels. Will this apply to all provincial parks or just the provincial parks redeveloped by private interest? So I'll go on to my other my A and B as part of this. For this change to be before us, Minister, the Department must have done some calculation about how much this could bring into the province of revenue. Can the Minister tell us how much they expect to collect in entrance fees for the provincial parks, as well as what consideration was given to families who have been using these parks as a free public outing, for free public outings?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So, I mean, Nova Scotians there's many parks that they can visit for free in our province. Day parks are free. There is a fee for camping in our parks. Simply, this was moved to regulations so that fees could be set. It wasn't a mathematical exercise. It was just, it's there so that we can set the fee.
It's moved out of regulations so that you could set the fee.
Yeah, it's moved out of regulations so the minister could set the fee. The other changes for that is in the FMA is the impounding of vehicles and towing at the owner's expense. So one of the things we've heard is that many times people will park their cars in a place that's blocking the entrance to a beach, or they're leaving it there for weekend and blocking the entrance or the exit to the beach or the park. So we're implementing changes that we can impound the vehicle and tow it at the owner's expense. That makes sense. If someone's going to be parking illegally, we should have the ability to be able to remove that vehicle at the expense of the owner, and our conservation officers have not had that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. And so just so I can be really, so that me and the minister are clear, that means there's no new added fees to provincial park usage. So those that were free will remain free. Those such as So those that are camping are the ones with the fee, and those that already have fees will stay there.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
That is correct. But I will add, we've had an incredible amount of increase in visitors to our park. We've had over 1 million people that visit our parks now in the province.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I'm happy to hear that they will remain, those that are free already will remain free. What is the plan to protect provincial parks and beaches from coastal erosion? Now, I have been an MLA for, it'll be 6 years on March 10th. And in that time frame, I have spent a lot of time dealing with and speaking to and advocating for the Dominion Beach as an example. So after the 2016 flood, the damage, the work that was done by the previous, and actually Nova Scotia NDP government, the flood destroyed all that. And a pilot project was introduced in 2025, but from what I've seen of reports, it was described as a stopgap measure. I'm wondering, what is the long-term solution for beaches like Dominion that are community and tourist focal points?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
As the member is correct, we have done extensive work on Dominion Beach. We did that in cooperation with scientists who told us the best way to protect the beach and to protect the wildlife that was there. You know, coastal erosion is, we live in a coastal province, and we know the effects of climate change. We're seeing those every day with the severity of storms that we're getting, flooding. We know that we're going to have to continue to do more work with coastal erosion in our province, and we're committed to doing that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Minister. Is the department going to be, as you know, that this is only going to get worse, this situation, especially if we continue down the path of not actually taking the changing environment seriously? And so I'm wondering if if the Department of Natural Resources has looked at a strategy to deal with the parks and beaches that are on the coastline that are seeing the effects of coastal erosion, or if there's a plan in the future in the immediate future to create a strategy.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
First of all, I would like to say that the comment why, I'm not really sure why the member would say we're not taking the environment seriously. That's what it sounded like. we know we're working very closely with Build Nova Scotia. We do have, DNR does have coastal monitoring programs that's covering 110 sites. We have a coastal engineering team. I'll give you an example that when we're looking at our parks, for example, Rissers Beach, when we went to fix the damage there, we knew we had to do things differently. So we're building back anything that we are doing with a climate resiliency lens. So that may be relocating campsites, relocating amenities, but everything that we do does have the climate lens placed on it.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I thank the minister. I never meant to imply that you're not taking environmental seriously. I said, but if we are going to, take environmental changes seriously, we need to start looking at preventative measures and dealing with the best science that we possibly can have. From what I've heard from the minister just said, it seems everything that is reactive. So even monitoring is kind of, it can be fairly reactive. Moving things more inland is, is reactive, and I think we can all acknowledge that. And so I'm wondering, what are we doing that's preventative and dealing with the actual erosion and the effects that erosion has on our, not just on the land, but on our built infrastructure?
I recognize the honourable minister for Natural Resources.
With the reactive, there's when storms hit, yes, there are reactive measures there, but we're making tremendous investments into our parks. We have a geoscience team that does 3D mapping and modeling. We have a regional infrastructure team in DNR that is out there looking at our parks and beaches, and that's why we're making the investments that we are, to make sure that they can, that they're resilient to the climate that we are in right now.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
So I guess my question from there would be, Minister, it seems that there's a lot of work being done. Is the department going to put that into a full strategy on dealing with erosion along our coastlines at our provincial parks? If the department is doing all this work, wouldn't it also be prudent to take the information that you're finding from that work and help to influence and create a strategy that would make it a lot easier to be, reactive to certain things that are occurring, but also be preventative?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So the coastal strategy is actually with environment and climate change. As I mentioned, we have invested a tremendous amount into our parks and beaches and will continue to invest. I talked about what we're putting in this year's budget. But coastal strategy is environment and climate change. We at Department of Natural Resources, we focus on our assets and responsibilities. We have a dynamic ocean processes. We have an aerial photo. Later, we have geophysical surveys. We do coastal studies on our beaches. And again, we have a very strong geoscience team that does 3D mapping and modeling. And our regional infrastructure team is out there working to protect our infrastructure.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I'm going to switch off to forestry. And so recognizing that the province needed to find a balance between increasing economic impact of the forest in a sector with long-term environmental and social interests. The previous government tasked William Leahy with making recommendations on how the forestry sector should move forward. And can the minister tell us how many of those recommendations have now been completed?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Yeah, so we follow the Leahy report as we move forward on how we do forestry in our province. First, of course, is conservation. Second is the matrix with select forestry. But the Leahy Adopt Triad mode is what. Is the vast majority that's been implemented. I want to talk a little bit about forestry too. We know that this forestry remains the cornerstone of Nova Scotia's rural economy and supporting trucking and silviculture and harvesting and private woodlot management. It's thousands of indirect jobs. But we continue with the implementation of the Triad Forest Management Model, ongoing forest health monitoring and invasive species partnerships. I'm really, really happy with the $8 million that we are investing in this budget and low-grade forest products assistance. Really happy with the $1.9 million gas tax access road program. This means a tremendous amount to woodlot owners. And of course, the $6.6 million for thriving forests, the 2 billion trees. Forestry in Nova Scotia, as I mentioned, it's been difficult for them, but they're certainly transitioning from recovery to renewal and making sure that we can stabilize markets after mill closures while implementing this triad model, making sure we can strengthen timber supply. We need to make sure in Nova Scotia that we can position the sector for long-term economic growth and expanding our conservation outcomes, and I think we're doing a good job of that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. I'm wondering if the Minister can provide me with a number of how many recommendations have been completed with regards to the Leahy recommendations.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So we follow the full spirit of the Leahy report, but 45 recommendations and working on a number, but the vast majority, we follow the spirit of the report.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I'm wondering with that, when was the last time? If the minister wants to finish that, please.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
I made a mistake on that. We're working on the number now, but we do follow the full spirit of the Leahy report.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Minister. With that, because of the confusion here, I'm going to have to follow up. You said the full spirit, and you gave me a number of 45, and I'm just wondering, do you have a number of how many recommendations have been completed? For clarification.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
There's 45 recommendations. I don't know the exact number. We have the vast majority of them completed. We'll get that for you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. That'd be great. And if the minister would like to table that at a later date, that'd be very helpful. I'm also wondering on Mr. Leahy, when was the last time the department met with William Leahy to review the implementation of his recommendations?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Our deputy minister was talking to him today.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
And so from that, with the deputy minister, I should say, talking with him today, is this government? Is it safe to say that if this government is committed to implementing all of Leahy's recommendations?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So we have 95% of the recommendations completed as of 2024. As I mentioned, the deputy just had a conversation today. I know she spoke with him last week as well. We continue to have conversations with Mr. Leahy, and I think the latest conversation is looking at how we could put the triad on private land, and we're working through that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. The minister mentioned the triad model a few times, and I'm just wondering if the minister, and you may have answered this in another question, but I just may have missed it with trying to decipher through for another answer to a question I was asking. So indulge me here, Minister, please. What percentage of forests on Crown land has been assigned to one of the three zones? So, yeah, what percentages of the land is in each zone?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you. So 33% is conservation, 55% is mixed, and 10 to 12% would be high production.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Minister, for that. And I actually think you may have put that in another, now that I'm hearing it again. It sounded familiar. This budget included a 20% cut to the ecological forestry implementation. How is this going to impact the implementation of William Leahy's recommendations moving forward.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So it will not have an impact on the rollout of Leahy. This fund was to help with the transition to updated forest practices identified in the Forest Practice Review, the Leahy report. Less funding is required as objectives are met.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. Can the chair tell me how much time I have left?
You have 10 minutes and 38 seconds.
Thank you. Minister, the Protecting Nova Scotians Act made changes to Crown Lands, the Crown Lands Act, effectively making it illegal to protest on forest access roads. Can the minister explain why this change was made and why Mi'kmaq communities weren't consulted?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So it's not illegal to protest, but you can't impede businesses and Nova Scotians that are working on Crown land. Forestry, there's many people that rely on our forests to put food on their tables for their children, to make a living, an honest, hard-working living. And these people need to be able to go to work. When people are out there trying to make a living, working in the woods to put food on the table, they can't be impeded from trying to go and work to make a living.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Yes, Minister, would you mind explaining why the Mi'kmaq communities weren't consulted, considering they are the owners and stewards of this land?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
So you don't need to consult on legislative changes. Again, it's not illegal to protest, but you cannot impede businesses and Nova Scotians on Crown land to go to work. People need to make a living. Many people in rural Nova Scotia rely on these forests to make a living, to put food on the table for their families. They're out there trying to work, and they should not be impeded to go to work. Honest Nova Scotians just trying to make a living.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Minister, I'm just trying to ascertain as to why the owners of this land, the Mi'kmaq, who, yes, some of them were up there have been up on Hunter's Mountain, very concerned for many reasons of clear-cutting, concerns for reasons of the moose population. And I'm wondering, again, were there any considerations with regards to not just the impact on the Mi'kmaq communities, but also the government's relationship with Mi'kmaq communities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So every project that we do at Natural Resources, we consult with the Mi'kmaq. That work is done. Again, it's not illegal to protest, but you cannot impede Nova Scotians and businesses that are trying to make a living. The Crown Lands Act was amended in fall of 2025 to strengthen that language. These amendments provide greater enforcement flexibility, particularly in urgent situations. We work with the Office of Lanue Affairs on every project when we need to consult to fulfill our duty.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, with 4.5 minutes left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And speaking and talking to people within Mi'kmaq communities, we have been told time and again that over the past, I think, 18 months, that they have felt that they are not being consulted enough with regards to what is occurring on, again, their lands. This is unceded territory. Let's not forget, we can't forget that. It's important that we always remember that as treaty people, that this is unceded lands. And so they feel like they're not being checked. I had one person say to me that it feels like more or less that the duty to consult often feels like just a check mark on a box. And I hope that's not the case, but that is how people have felt. And so the minister continues to state that people can't be impeded from their jobs, and that's all well and good. But again, the Mi'kmaq are the owners of all of this land. It is unceded territory. And therefore, the duty to consult is very high. And to ensure that the government's relationship with the Mi'kmaq stays strong, well, that's right now what's happening, but can grow and become strong, that we discuss with the Mi'kmaq a lot of things, including bills that can affect what they see as their duty as stewards of this land, is to protect the land, protect the waterways, and protect all the animals. And that would also, as we've been talking about, the moose population on Hunter's Mountain. So from there, I would take it that there was and maybe I'm wrong, so I'll ask that. Was there any conversations with chiefs regarding, what was that bill again? It was the Protect Nova Scotia bill, I believe it's called.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Again, we consult on every project that we do. We honor that relationship and the consultation. You do not need to consult on legislative changes. It is not, it's not illegal to protest, but you cannot impede businesses and Nova Scotians on Crown land that are going to work trying to make an honest living for their families.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre Whitney Pier with 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, well, I'm not going to move on to any other questions because of the 1 minute. I just want to reiterate to the minister what I said before, and that was that we've been hearing from the community that consultation doesn't feel like it's taking place, and much legislation can and what occurs on the land does have a severe impact on the Mi'kmaq communities. And I think, I take it very seriously. I'm sure the minister does as well. And I would say that we need to make sure that we are having those conversations.
Order. That concludes the time for the NDP caucus. Before we move on, I would like to ask if the minister and her team would like a short break. We will now move on to the Liberal caucus. I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really appreciate the minister's time and that of their staff, and really important department. I know the staff from Environment are probably home and in bed, so I'll say it's my favorite department that I was able to be part of. But equally as important, there's lots of good work happening in natural resources that had over time name changes, but nonetheless the mandate that stays somewhat the same. But I do like to start with a budget question around the staff reduction, so the 5% staff that departments are being cut, and I like to try to know a breakdown, and I sometimes I can get precise breakdowns from ministers around the vacancies, the retirement, the attrition, compared to actual positions that will be laid off within the department.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Okay, so 13 FTEs were reduced in 25-26 through natural attrition and retirements. 33 FTEs will be reduced in 26-27. We don't have those details yet, but we'll prioritize natural attrition and retirements. We have added 3 new FTEs. These are air attack officers that will support the fixed wing water bombers. 9 FTEs were transferred to energy in fall of 2025 and fisheries and aquaculture in the winter of 2025. And as mentioned earlier, the recent restructuring that we did, it's not reflected in the budget documents, but the restructuring was FTE neutral. 7 staff were laid off, but those FTEs were repurposed. And as part of this realignment, no scientists, no biologists, no forest technicians, or frontline wildlife staff were laid off, and no wildlife programs or services have been reduced or eliminated or transferred outside of government. And our wildlife-related functions continue as before. Only a small number of management roles were affected.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And of those, so what was the impetus, I guess, around the restructuring, if not for cost savings? So I understand from my experience that there was a lot of work at the management level related to work on wildlife connectivity, on populations of wildlife across the province, even on, you know, stuff around our highways and having like those corridor kind of things that were being worked on. And so it was a hands-on kind of management team from my memory. So I guess I just honestly worry about who's left in the department really focused on protecting wildlife and water. I'll start there.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you. So we brought together functions that naturally work together and build capacity in areas of the department. We reduced unnecessary layers, clarified decision-making, and strengthened our ability to act quickly and engage industry more effectively. As a result of the realignment, as I said, a small number of functions were no longer required, but it was done to reflect a balance between environmental stewardship and economic growth. The key change really is that it just brought together several functions related to land use planning into one branch. We still have all the front wildlife experts who play that important role in helping determine how and where natural resources is done. Our wildlife division staff moved from one branch into a new land strategy planning branch. And it was done basically to ensure stronger alignment, bringing everyone together so they're not working in silos.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Yeah, this will certainly make it better for our wildlife staff to be able to participate in decision-making in contrast and doing their work in isolation. You know, they're all there together making decisions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the previous structure, I think there was wildlife experts, PhDs, making decisions, though, like not just participating, but actually at the table at the director level. And we all know that, you know, there's a lot of meetings that happen at the director level and executive director level where the frontline staff aren't explicitly heard unless their superiors bring that to the table. So I guess I'm just wondering, and I hear that the impetus in the answer is that it is to achieve a balance. And now the balance is used a lot in politics. So was the previous structure in the minister's view and the government's view not balanced enough, and that it was balanced, you know, because that's a word that's used, but, you know, we can talk about balance, but was there not enough balance in the minister's view? And I'm going to talk about Leahy and stuff after, because I think that report really was the most balanced report you could possibly get to achieve goals with the economy and conservation. But it just strikes me that the word balance is used to reflect that. So was the previous structure too weighted towards environmental concerns, wildlife, that got in the way of industry? Is that just one? just trying to get full clarity on the change.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I certainly agree with the member on the Leahy report. I think it's one of the best reports that we've ever seen. Lands planning happened in one branch, which the member would know, it used to be the minister. So lands planning happened in one branch. Forestry planning happened in another area. Mining planning happened in another area. Environmental assessments in another one. And wildlife planning and biodiversity in yet another area. So we brought them all together, so there's no working in isolation. Brought them out of their silos to do better, more integrated work together. It makes business sense, it makes conservation sense, and it makes a stronger Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm wondering if there's any projects that were worked on by the wildlife management team that were waiting approval at the department level. And the minister may not have that at her disposal. And she hasn't been a minister for a long time, so I can understand she needs to check with staff for this particular question. But there was real important work related to the nature agreement. And that does speak to the wildlife connectivity. It speaks to migratory birds. It speaks to even having a program for private woodlot owners, private landowners to participate in ecological forestry. Proposals around the Mersey, the Tobiatic. There's a lot of important work that I understand was underway in the department. Are those proposals that have been worked on by that team, are they waiting for approval, or where is that work, and who's going to pick up the work now that that team's no longer in that department?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Let's get the member to clarify his last statement. Did he say that now that team is no longer in the department?
The management, yeah, the team that was let go. The seven,
They weren't.
Okay, just order. We'll put it through the chair. So I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, for clarity, I mean, the management team was working on species at risk habitat protection. I mean, that was their role, the management team. There were a number of proposals related to the nature agreement with the federal government that have proposals, and I wonder where those are at. And I think I've been pretty specific around wildlife connectivity, work around monitoring projects, monitoring populations, tracking species, migratory birds. And I just will say, I know the minister's going to take some time to get the answer, and that's fully understandable. But I will say that, I am about balance too, and it's about arguing where the balance is, I suppose, in some ways. But a lot of good corporate citizens want to have this information too. So when companies are applying for environmental assessments, which the department, the biologists are involved in, they want certainty on where species at risk are, and they want to know to avoid lawsuits and things like that. And so I think we all want to have good corporate citizens and value the work of the department and the work. And I just know that there was good work underway in the department. So just an update on where those proposals are going to land.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So the member's correct. I haven't been in DNR for a long time. But good work is still happening in that department. You know, I guess an example I could give is we just approved $400,000 to increase our wildlife research capacity with new cameras. Work continues. The nature agreement with ECC ends March 31st, but there's been no change in any projects or any work that that was already being worked on. And again, you know, it was 3 managers in the wildlife division. All of our biologists are there, our scientists are there, all of our frontline staff's there, no program cuts, everything, it's business as usual, but people are all just brought in together, working together now.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will get into the Leahy report. I'm glad to hear the Minister agrees that it really tried to strike the right balance and move the industry forward. Certainly, they've felt the impacts of the closure of the major mill, taking that byproduct that was relied upon. We lived through that. But it is important to have resources behind the recommendations, and in the budget, this budget estimates, there's $350,000 being eliminated from ecological forestry implementation. So I want to ask the Minister how she might be able to explain how that's achievable to reduce resources going in to implement a report that's not fully implemented, and where we're at with the recommendations, the 45 recommendations.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. So 95% of the report, of the Leahy report, is implemented as of 2024. The grant reduction in the ecological forest implementation of $350,000. This fund was to help with the transition to updated forestry practices identified in the Forest Practices Review Leahy. And as we achieve objectives, less funding is required. So we're at 95% of the objective reached. So the fund was reduced by $350,000.
And you invested $8 million.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And 95% of the recommendations, if that is accurate, I'll choose my words carefully. So that would be 43 out of 45 recommendations. That would leave a remainder of 2. Is there an independent assessment available that the Minister can provide? I know previously, and you know, I haven't been in that department a long time, but we actually took the recommendation to do that annual assessment, and we assigned Professor Leahy himself to do that evaluation. So maybe refresh my memory. Who is doing that evaluation to actually fact check where we are with those recommendations and the implementation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So there's no independent review. We keep our ongoing work with an outcomes-based forestry. We're working on trying to do the triad on private land, and we'll have a state of the forestry report that will be coming out.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you. And I'm just going to go through a number of recommendations. I did this with Minister Rushton before because there was quite a number that were unfulfilled. Maybe this is 2 years ago now. And in fairness to the minister, this is a massive department doing a bunch of different things, and and I just have a passion for this report, and I know the minister agrees in trying to achieve that balance that we want to. But recommendation 16 was that DNR with Crown licensees would take immediate and sustained action by conducting or commissioning appropriate scientific research, engaging interesting parties in a collaborative problem-solving forums, and adopting precautionary measures to be responsive to concerns about potential adverse impact of forestry on Crown lands and the following interests. And there's a number of interests there. So there's sensitive soils on Crown lands in the western region especially. That's where there's issues with the soil quality, bird populations, tourism operations, outdoor recreation activities, and protected areas. So is that recommendation being fulfilled? And if we can get an update on making sure that I'm just trying to get a sense of what recommendations are actually fully complete.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So we continue to implement the Leahy report using the triad model, 10% high production, 35% conservation, 55% mixed. We're continuing to move this approach on private lands. We will have a forestry strategy that will be coming out that will be a refresh in terms of moving forward. And our Deputy Minister has been in conversations with Mr. Leahy as recently as today.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just voicing a little bit of concern when there's resources taking away from implementing ecological forestry if there are outstanding recommendations. And I'll still go through a few more that I don't believe are implemented. And recommendation 20 is that the planning around forestry activities was to go through an equivalent of a Class 2 environmental assessment that would replace the whole signing off on individual plans for harvesting. And I think this is something that could be a balanced approach, but takes a lot of work to do. So I haven't seen really any work under this government's last few years on this. The last thing I remember, actually I was minister and I put out the bid for those that would do the scoping of what that environmental assessment would look like. Lots of conversation happened between environment because they were typically the entity that would do environmental assessments, either Class 1 or Class 2, but the recommendation was clear to do that comprehensive Class 2 equivalent, which means like a panel, an independent panel being involved in large tract of land, and that provides some certainty to business that they would go through one big approval to harvest, but have a lot better involvement from community on the input during that process, whereas Class 1 would be a lot quicker and just submission. So I'm pretty sure that recommendation wouldn't be implemented, so maybe an update on recommendation number 20.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we continue to move to an outcomes-based forestry. We'll have more to follow in our new forestry strategy. But I want to talk a little bit about these families. You know, I grew up in Caledonia, forestry. I came from a forestry family. My father would leave with snow up to around his elbows with his power saw, and that's how he fed us. The forestry sector is so important to so many people that are out there trying to make a living for their families. We have invested $8 million into the low-grade forest product assistance program, a 3-year commitment. We know how important this forestry sector is. We've invested into the gas tax program for them, for the forestry program, and we'll continue to work with our foresters to make sure they can earn a living in our forests.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I definitely don't want to misrepresent the minister's sincerity in supporting the industry. I know she's been a strong advocate for that industry, and I've always said when we can help a healthy forest and really try to keep it sustainable, then it benefits the industry itself and the families that leave even the sawmill operations often to the next generation of their families. But we need a forest left to operate in, and I think that's why some of these science-based recommendations are also important. I think Professor Leahy was clear that you can't cherry pick. We need to do it all. So recommendation 25 was looking at the riparian zone of 20 meters, and so that's the wildlife habitat and watercourse protection regulations that should be independently studied with the view to determine if it should be changed and how it should be changed to better address ecological rationale for those riparian buffer zones. So just wanted to ask if there's an update on recommendation 25 or if that's one of the 43 recommendations that the department deems complete.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Wildlife and Watercourse report has been received, and we're working through it. We know how important it is to take care of our forests, and the people that are working our forests, that's their livelihood. They know how important it is to care for the forest, to not destroy it. That's their living. I recently had an opportunity to speak to 10 mills together. I have a mill in my own constituency, Freeman's Mill, employs over 180 people, $2 million into the economy every 2 weeks. These people they rely on our forest to make their living, and they protect it. And as much as they would cut a tree, they want to plant trees too. So they're very passionate about the work they do. They love our forests, and and they're not going to do anything to harm them. I talk to foresters all the time. I have one guy who says, "All I want to do is just plant trees. I love planting trees," and he takes his kids out down in New Germany, and that's what they do on a Sunday. So these people that are out there working, they do not want to destroy their workplace. They love the forests, and although they make their living there, they protect it as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my criticisms are really about the last number of years, not the minister's time. But I do see a number of recommendations that haven't been fulfilled, at least publicly reported that they're fulfilled. So I just want to challenge when the staff is telling the minister that 95% of the recommendations are complete. So that would lead to recommendations. And there are some that are really focused on supporting revenue for the sector, for landowners. And recommendation 33 is about carbon trading and setting up a framework for landowners, woodlot owners, to be able to receive revenue and work with Department of Environment, Department of Energy, and stakeholders to oversee development of a framework for maximizing access to credit trading opportunities. Yet we have a bill before the House in the FMA, and I know the minister, it's not in her department, but it looks at potentially penalizing landowners that wish to participate in carbon credit markets. So I don't believe that bill is in the spirit of what the Leahy report was trying to achieve, and just want to ask the question if there's anything being done to fulfill the commitment of that recommendation to provide that opportunity for landowners for a carbon trading opportunity.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you. So I actually recently met with large landowner group here in our province, and they are participating in the carbon credit and doing Leahy on their properties. It is complicated. We're talking to Leahy right now on how we can move this carbon credit to small landowners. The change in the FMA is actually removing, if people are not using the land for forestry, then it removes them from benefiting from that forestry rate. We want to make sure that people can compete in this. We've heard from landowners that it's good for them, that it gives them another source of income, especially going through the troubled times that the sector has been put under with the closing of the mill. So certainly we'll continue to work through, but we're hearing from our large landowners that they are doing it and they're benefiting from it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And a recommendation that would be beneficial to industry, and there has been some recent updates on it, is the biomass for public buildings. So it's one that, I took some heat for starting it in 2018, 2019. We had a huge list from government of suitable buildings, and then after 2021, it just kind of seemed to have lost momentum. But in July, I think it was, my notes say that there was announced that there would be some more projects online. So if the minister could provide a clear update on how many public buildings have actually been converted to biomass or wood heat since the government took office in 2021.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So I would never criticize you on biomass in public buildings. It's something I've supported for a long time now. So I won't put any heat on you for that one. No pun intended. I don't have the actual numbers of buildings, but I can tell you that we're working very closely with Department of Public Works, and we are committed to biomass for many of the buildings that we have. I'll have to get back to you with the number that it's completed. I don't have that with me, but certainly very much moving in that way with Public Works.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And it's just something I've always supported, and sometimes analysts look at the cost and say, well, today the price of oil is lower than wood, but they don't understand the long-term fixed price that can be applied with wood and the economic impact to which I know the minister knows very well, especially that it's the lower value product that's not creating saw logs. So it's just, I believe it's really good for our local economy and something we should continue to push forward on. So maybe I'll ask something that's, I think something the minister probably would want to talk about is the $8 million around that fund. I think it could be a real positive thing on the low value stuff. That's something we've talked about for a long time, and the trust was looking at how to support, markets for this low value product, and there were some very interesting innovations that I got to learn a little bit about over time, biochar and those kinds of things. So really interested, really sincerely in knowing, how that's going to look like. What is their criteria and programs, and how does that get administered? Is that something that the department evaluates within her department, or is there like a process around all that? It's a substantial investment, but I think it's something that can help for our value add sectors.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the previous question on biomass heat. We do know that there's more than 20 buildings already that have been converted. So that is a little more information than what I could offer you before. The low-grade forest products assistance program. This is a great program, and it's something that the industry has been asking for. $8 million per year for 3 years to help forest contractors move and private woodlot owners move low-grade wood to market. It's also good for lowering our wildfire risk. This is very important to assist these forestry contractors and private woodlot owners. Otherwise, this wood that they have would otherwise be uneconomical. They wouldn't be able to move it to the market because of the cost. So it certainly, it helps them, and it supports the forestry sector supply chain as well to move that. So, and of course, as I mentioned, removing that low-grade fiber that would be left in the woods is certainly would increase the risk of insect outbreaks or forest fire. There's also lots of innovative use of our low-grade wood. I think of Viterra, who's setting up a facility to turn sawmill waste into biofuel for heat. They receive support from the Timber Loan Board. That is going to be an absolutely fabulous project. Also working with Nova Scotia Health and Michelin with Viterra for them to provide biofuel for heat as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just remind me if there is the funding depleted in the trust, that independent trust that, and I feel like it's getting winded down. I just haven't heard much recently, but that went to support a lot of good work in the industry. And maybe just an update, what we can see next coming from that fund.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So FIT is closed. The money that is left in FIT, what is left is to honor commitments already. But that is also why we continue to work on the new forestry strategy, working with industry so we can see what is next, what they need to make sure that the industry can move forward successfully.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what about recommendation 36? And this is a big exercise that would take a lot of time, and that's land use planning process to be conducted by an independent person or panel on the Western Crown lands. So that's an area that we know, the Bowater Mersey, lots of land the government bought, some of it for conservation, some of it for forestry. But it was a specific recommendation. Is that something the government still intends on implementing?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
So we're doing the land planning use within the department. Again, that's why we moved everyone together out of the silos. So we have our wildlife working together, our foresters working together, but we are doing that within the department.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And There was a bit of a theme, I recall, from these recommendations to look at more public involvement. I'm interested to see what Professor Leahy thinks of bringing those kind of recommendations in-house relative to his recommendation on number 38, which said that DNR must deeply and pervasively embrace a culture of transparency and accountability. So have there been efforts to change that culture in recent time to look at how to share information and look at adopting a practice of giving written reasons for decisions on matters of public interest? And I could read the rest of the recommendation, but it was about opening up the department. There was certainly a perception at the time that predates the minister's time, predates her government, predates my previous government, that the department was a closed shop and didn't want input from the public on policy around forestry and in particular management of Crown lands. And I think that's why a lot of the recommendations around Leahy were focused on Crown lands. He very much believed that, you know, private lands didn't need to be regulated, or at least that whole debate didn't need to be opened up as much as it would cause dissension. And there still was some private recommendations, a couple of them, but we focused on Crown. But I think to the very least we can do is open up the transparency and accountability within the department. What's the minister's view? And I think this is important for a relatively new minister in terms of culture within the department and how the public is interfacing with that department to ensure that they feel included on decision making, especially when it pertains to like land use planning or forestry approvals with environmental assessments. And that's the theme that was weaving through it. So I'm just trying to get a sense of where, I mean, that's a specific recommendation 38, but it is one that speaks to the importance of all the recommendations.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you. So the new division that we have created, the new land use planning, is it's a holistic approach. There's clarity in the transparency and the policies, the processes. There's timelines. It is a new division, but Leahy, when he said in his report, he recognized that we have a 30-70 split. And 30% is Crown land, and it would be very difficult, or it's going to be difficult, challenging on how we implement on private land, and that's why we're working with Leahy right now. I will say, as the member knows, I am very much a new minister to this department. I know our deputy has met with Mr. Leahy a couple times, as I said, most recently today, but I'm also looking forward to be able to sit down with him myself and to be able to go through and work with him going forward on how we can make sure that we're successful in implementation.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the answer, and I mean I've learned a lot from Mr. Leahy, and it wasn't easy to admit that when the report came out that if we're going to reduce the amount of clear cutting on Crown land, which I think most Nova Scotians do want, and I think has happened, clear cutting on private's going to have to increase. And that's the big shift. And there's trade-offs, which includes things like high production forestry and spraying and things like that. But I think if you can, it's really hard to strike that balance. But I think the more that you can include the public, and I think he was intentional about some of these recommendations, then at least they feel heard around the decisions, and they may not like them in the end, but at least they're part of them. But I'll leave Leahy aside. I don't have that much time left. I want to just talk about a somewhat local issue that's around the Blue Mountain, Birch Cove, the Lakes area, and the intention for it to become a national urban park. So that's something that has been worked on for quite some time, and I understand the federal government will have to be the lead, but the province is a partner. And a lot of people around the Halifax area want to see this dedication as a national urban park soon. And we require some commitments around all levels of government. So wondering if the minister can tell us whether there is any development plans for the National Urban Park in HRM. Is there any discussion since you've been the minister and how that might look like and how we might participate in that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
So I have not had any conversations myself with the federal government, but this file is being handled by Environment and Climate Change.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect with 8.5 minutes left.
Yeah, no, I'm actually okay. I really appreciate the minister's time and really important portfolio, and I wish you success in the work ahead that you're doing.
Cede your time to me.
I'll cede my time back to the NDP.
We will now begin with the NDP caucus. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering if the minister would like to tell me how much time does she need to read her resolution so that I factor that into my questioning.
Minister, you don't need to answer that right now. We can move on to the questioning. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
I could have waited. I really could have. But hopefully, maybe the minister after the next few questions can provide me with a response to that, just so that I factor it into my questioning. Can the minister describe to me what she believes her roles to be when it comes to environmental racism? Like what I guess a question would be, what role does what does the minister see her role, see as her role, I should say, when it comes to environmental racism?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Assuming the member's asking what my role is as minister in DNR. You're asking what my role is environment.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
I'll clarify a little bit for the minister. We know that there has been environmental racism in the past. And as the Minister for Natural Resources, I'm asking what the minister believes her role is when it comes to environmental racism.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
We all play a role in ensuring that there's no environmental racism. As Minister of Natural Resources, I would make sure that we consult and that we consult with community.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Minister. I would like to know, has the minister read the environmental racism panel's report?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up a bit on that last question too. So within our mandate with the department, we certainly we clean up historic waste sites. We support access to land. And we're always considering community impact. And have I read the report? Yes, I have.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. The minister already mentioned cleaning up sites as well as access to land. My other part of this question is, what does the minister see areas where her department could work to prevent future instances of environmental racism?
There is a follow-up to that question, so I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. Just more of a part of the clarifying, and that is considering where the department is going with things like mining and other aspects of industry. So just to give it that kind of baseline.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So mining requires the most stringent environmental requirements of any industry. And, you know, we've heard from Mans over and over again. It's not your grandfather's mining. My grandfather, some may have heard me say, was he was a miner in North Brookfield in the gold mines, and he was the #1 driller in that gold mine, and that's how he supported my father and my grandmother for family. And mining is so much different than what it was back then. But, you know, certainly we look at community impact, benefit agreements, partnerships with groups. We certainly adhere to the environmental regulations and the laws. You know, again, it's one of the most stringent environmental industries that we have.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you. Minister, not your grandfather's mining. Minister, mining is still mining. It doesn't matter how you go about mining, you are still making an impact on the environment. You're still making a footprint on it. You are still need the use of water and impact, and there's always the potential of the impact on waterways. And so I would ask the minister, with those types of concepts and with within industry, I'm just wondering how the department, are there specific things that the department has identified to prevent incidences of environmental racism?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
You know, when I think about mining, you know, responsible development allows Nova Scotia to participate in the clean energy economy without exporting environmental or human right impacts elsewhere. So everyone in this room has a phone. Cobalt is in our cell phones, and cobalt is mined in other places using forced labor. So would we not want to mine here and have the benefit? Because we're all using the phones. We need batteries. We are MRIs. They all have wind turbines, medical technology, electronics. It's all minerals that we use every day. We have an opportunity to supply these materials responsibly rather than relying on jurisdictions that's linked or forced unethical labor practices. So, you know, I think it's important that we as a government continue to encourage investment while making sure that we have our strong environmental standards and regulatory oversight. As I mentioned, some of the strongest regulatory oversight for resource development is in mining. We launched our critical mineral strategy in March 24. We have reduced approximately the mining permit timelines by 50%. And let's talk about the Goldboro project. That will create 700 jobs and bring in $2.1 billion in economic benefit. Those are good paying jobs, over $100,000 for those jobs. And mineral exploration contributes $35 to $50 million annually to our local communities. You know, this is an industry, as I said, I did say, it's not your grandfather's mining. That's not me saying that. These are professionals that that know how important it is to mine these critical minerals, and we have them. Nova Scotia's rich in critical minerals, and they're essential to clean energy, to advanced technologies, and we're committed to our critical mineral strategy, and we are going to advance exploration activities to certainly unearth new opportunities for mining development here in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'm not really asking the minister to tell me about mining. I'm asking the minister to tell me what her department is doing to prevent incidences of environmental racism from the use of industries that are under her scope. So I come from an area that within industries, particularly, let's talk environmental racism, let's talk about Whitney Pier, which had the tar ponds, and still to this day has the coke ovens that have not been cleaned up. But the tar ponds have been. That was a huge instance of environmental racism due to industry. Was the industry good for jobs? Yes. Did it cause harm? Absolutely. We have people with cancer, high risk, and who have died. We had a huge environmental cleanup that had to occur, which cost millions of dollars. We have another instance of environmental racism, which is the city dump, also within Whitney Pier, that took out almost an entire community. And so when I'm talking about environmental racism, Minister, I am not. It's not a check mark for me. It is part of my community's fabric. And it is a part of the history of this province. And it is very important to so many of us, and I'm sure it is to the minister, that we prevent instances of environmental racism from occurring when we can. So I say all that, and I'll ask the minister again, because there's no place is perfect, no department is perfect, that we all have places to go and to do better. And so I'll ask the minister, are there areas that she sees within her department where where there is work to be done to prevent future incidents of environmental racism?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So we have financial security that's in place to reclaim mine sites. You know, everything that we own is either grown or mined. Historic decisions are are not made in today's standards or frameworks. We have modern framework process, and decisions are grounded in geoscience data. Goldboro is a prime example. Goldboro worked with First Nations, and they work with the community. And that's why this project is advancing. They want this. This is, there's new ways of mining and working with community and working with First Nations is the reason why this project advanced. And it's a tremendous project for our province. How much time do we know?
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Speaker. Maybe I'll ask it in a different way. What steps is the department taking to ensure new natural resources projects don't have disproportionate impacts on African or Indigenous communities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Strong regulation and a requirement to work with community. Those projects that that the member has mentioned that has happened in her community, those were not in place. There was no consultation with community, and there was no regulations to protect. Now we have those strong regulations, and we have that requirement to work with community. So those would be two things that I would say are in place.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you. I believe earlier on this evening in the minister's opening statements, she mentioned a mining action plan. I'm wondering a few things, but first, and the minister, I'll give the minister time to take some notes here because I see that you're going through the pen. What are the timelines for this action plan to be completed, or has it already been? What consultation is occurring? Will there be an environmental impact study, a part of this plan? And will the plan be responsive to the Environmental Racism Panel's report?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Okay, I think I got all of the questions written down so I can answer them. So the mining action plan has not started yet. We're just in the beginning of that. There is a statement of work that will go out in April. Consultation occurring. Well, it's not occurring because the statement of work hasn't gone out yet, but it will occur. Environmental impact study part of the plan. Environmental impact is part of a project, not a plan. And certainly it will address the standards and regulations that are in standards, regulations, and procedures that are in place.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pearce.
Thank you. And I guess I'll ask the minister in a better way. Would it involve? Would it go through an environmental lens? This action plan, would it take? Will there be an environmental lens to it? Possibly, potentially through the Department of Environment, and will there be a racial lens as well, environmental race, like racism, and through that lens, through the Department of New Affairs as well as through the Department of ANSA?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So as I stated before, very, very, very stringent regulated industry. Standards and regulation will certainly address the placement of mines. And yes, of course, it will go through an environmental lens.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pearce.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate that, Minister. During budget estimates last year, the former Minister of Natural Resources mentioned that Mitsubishi had reached out with some interest in lithium mining in Nova Scotia. Can the Minister clarify what the interest level was? And were they interested in purchasing lithium produced here, or were they interested in doing value-added work with lithium here?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
So there's no project that I'm aware of with Mitsubishi. I cannot speak to that because I'm not aware of any project. But clearly, you know, we want as much value added as we can get out of any mining project in Nova Scotia. You know, if you compare it to forestry, you look at what Viterra is doing. They're taking that low-grade wood that's laying on our forest floor, and they're turning it into biofuel for heat. They're working, you know, with Michelin, with Nova Scotia Health to provide a heat source. An amazing project that the Timber Loan Board supported. You know, this is anything that we're doing in the province. Obviously, we want to make sure that it's value added.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Chair. And on that same regard, has the department had any other promising meetings around the creation of value-added jobs around any type of mining in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources with just over 4 minutes left.
As I mentioned earlier in my comments, you know, we've sent the signal that Nova Scotia is open for business. I know that this week there was the PDAC meeting in Toronto. I know our Premier was there talking to investors and industry. I know we had staff from our mining division that's there talking to investors and industry. You know, we have such great opportunity here in our province right now. Opportunity for development, opportunity for good paying jobs. Again, I talk about, you know, Goldboro and what that will bring to our province. If we look at what just mining exploration brings in, $30 to $50 million, you know, those are good paying jobs. You know, we have investors that are looking at us. As I mentioned, the Fraser report, where we have gone from pretty much the bottom to moving on up to the top. Nova Scotia, people are looking at Nova Scotia right now. And we're ready to have conversations with them. And I know that people are working very hard out there, especially with our geoscience and mine branch. There's lots of interest in our province.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer, with 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. Minister, you said a mouthful, but I didn't hear if there was any, what meetings or if any are taking place. As was mentioned, we'd heard last year that there was a company interested. My understanding is that it didn't pan out. If the minister's unaware of it now. And so I guess what I'm wondering is if there was any companies that have put in interest, that have put forward a business plan, have put forward any meaningful interest in around the creation of value-added within value-added jobs with around any type of mining. I'm looking for I'm trying to find the word. I'm looking for real potential businesses that have approached Nova Scotia, the province, and has put forward, whether it's a case plan or anything that shows interest in this work.
Order. It is now 10:23 p.m. and the House is set to adjourn at 11:59 p.m. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into a committee of the whole on supply. Please return to your seats in the legislative chamber. The committee of the whole must rise and report before the House concludes its business for the day. Thank you for your time this evening.